Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is the Dutch Classics Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your host for the duration of this event. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. Cards are about to be in the air. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Good evening, wherever you are tuning in from, whether it be YouTube or the Action Army on Twitch. Nice to have you with us. We're on all the usual social media platforms. This is always a fan favourite, this event, and I can see there's plenty of Dutch players at this feature table, so let's get to the action. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're new to the channel. You can think of far worse things you could do with a fiver. Great new content on YouTube. Seen a brand new video just released a couple of hours ago from the cash game that took place at the King's Resort a few months ago. Rob Young, casino owner himself, the same table as Leon, playing fearlessly in a few hands. It's a very fun, action-packed, entertaining video. Be sure to give it a go. There's a face I recognise, Ronald van der Lind. 100 players remaining, folks, from a starting entry field size of 1,435. Like I said, this event is a fan favourite. So many Dutchies tuning in on the chat week in, week out, asking when the next Dutch Classics is on. Well, it's on right here, right now, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Let's go. Average stack is very close to 30 big blinds, over 700k at the moment. Starting the action off, the small blind is 10k. Big blind is 25k with a 25k running. Big blind ante, that's 10, 25, 25. Pierre Maxi says, I scared him. You're not the first person to say I scared them. I see what you mean. There was silence for a moment and then heard that big Irish voice. Nice to have you with us, Pierre Maxi. Picking up the action here, 460k in the pot. Ronald with the pocket fours, and Del, we'll call him Del Boy, with the best hand. And Van der Lind just wants to be checking his option here at this point. Does check behind and will concede. Del wins. Decent pot considering his stack size. Adding about 25% to his stack there, taking that one down. Ivan is in the house. Says hello, Kings, chat and mods. How's everyone? I'm good, Ivan. We'll talk Turkey in a moment with prize pools and how much is for the winner, etc. when I have the updated information. But needless to say, it's going to be a juicy one with 1,435 entries total. This is day 2 of the €250 buy-in, the Dutch Classics main event. If you're just tuning in, 29 bigs almost is the average stack. We call it 30. I like to round up, not down. Murat is going to stuff it on the button here. Nixon, Dalton in the US. Going for a steal with the jack deuce suited in clubs. Murat knowing he's going to have a lot of fold equity. Rejamming a small pair. about a 300k guarantee for this tournament, as per usual for the Dutch Classics. The Duck Classics, even. Current payout will be, say, somewhere around the area of €600, there or thereabouts. 500 anyway. Bird is in the house, dropping by to say hi, flying by even. Hello, Bird. What up? What's the good news, my brother? Ray of Sunshine goes for the min raise. With the ace 10 off suit. Fairly enough position under the gun +2. Jaina is in the house also. And Dell is going to defend in a big blind with King 7 off suit. Bit of a wide defend. Considering he's not suited, but don't love it, don't hate it. 7 kicker, not the worst. Okay, just going to take this one down with a bet. We do have 4 Dutchies at this feature table, playing 8-handed. We've got Ronald, Dell, Rom, and Ray. And we have Martins, Haskell, Murat, and Nixon. And there we have the payout of this event. Top 4 finishers going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, taking place later on this year at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And the winner of this event is going to take home the Dutch Classics main event title for 2024, this edition anyway, and €46,200 for their efforts. We'll get back to that in a minute. We've got action here. Rom raising to 60k, 2.5 times the big blind. Murat is going to stuff it on him with the aces from the button for just under 15 big blinds total. For Rom, difficult decision considering it's for nearly all of his stack. Perhaps this is just a raise fold. Murat looking so strong. I don't think I'd be folding 10s plus. Maybe he can get away from 9s here. I can understand folding hands like 6s and 7s and 8s. 9s plus. Relatively strong against all that ace king and ace queen and maybe ace jack and all that good stuff. And against a very tight player, don't have enough information. But it does look like a very strong jam. Perhaps he's just going to get away from 9s here, considering he only has 550 behind. Now he's talking to him as well, it looks like. Maybe that was someone else. Camera moves. You can see he does fold. The pass. In tougher tournaments, you get a lot of the pros re-jamming light if they think they can get their opponent to fold hands like 8s and 9s there. And something like the Dutch Classics, when someone shows you 15 big, really just narrow your calling range. And that's a good example of that there. Having said all that, though, at some point we just have to flip. You can't just say no to all the flips. You got to win your flips to win tournaments. You can definitely hear a buzz and an air of excitement in the building. Which is usually the case most nights at King's anyway, but a lot of people will have bust this event, might be playing cash or whatnot, but when I was there on a Sunday, definitely a big crowd around the place. Current payout is just under that €500 that I mentioned. $4.94 is the current payout. Thank you for them updates, Bird. Were you playing in this event yourself? There's another face I recognize. New player at the table, Marco Di Persio. Been raising Queen 5 of diamonds from the cutoff. Some scores on his hand and mob. Martin on the button here with 690 is just going to call. I think that might have just been an ideal situation with the players behind him seem to only have around 25 bigs at the most. And Martin's only playing sub 30. Could just rejam that one or at least 3-bet it. Deciding to call on the button is also fine. We're going to take a flop 3 ways, but it just eliminates the blinds coming along for the ride. But we are going to be in position, so I don't mind either or. I would just prefer to shove. Probably is a little bit too much to shove in general. But it is pocket eights. You're going to take it down pre the majority of the time. Which is the name of the game with those mid pairs. Marco going to go for an ambitious bet here. This also happens a lot. We're going to be faced with overcards and be in tough situations. Now, Ray has some backdoors working for him. He does have a pair of threes. For that tiny size, and I would have liked to see him see a turn card. Marco getting away with it there, taking it down. We've got action here. Big boy action. Marco all in over the top with the ace king of diamonds. Dell the initial opener with ace queen off suit, and now Martin's faced with a decision for almost his entire stack. Well, it is for all of his stack because Dell has both of them covered. I feel like we've got to go with jacks. Does call it off. We've got big pot here, folks. Now, I think the ace queen just safely gets out of harm's way. Just too much action behind. Significant all-ins. Shriveling the ace queen off suit considerably. Shriveling up anyway. And we are going to have a big flip on our hands. First orbit of the day. Dun, dun, dun. We're looking at a pot of over 50 bigs. 1.335 million in the middle, up for grabs, and it's a coin flip situation. Ace king of diamonds for Marco. Jeffries for Martin. That's a safe flop for the Jeffries so far on the 10-9-3, 2 spade texture. Someone screaming in the background. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Marco just 13% to survive in the Dutch Classics. It is the Queen of Spades on the river. Marco will have to say goodbye, and Martin will scoop a very nice pot. 92 players remaining. Pay jump is looming. When we hit 89 remaining, we will go from €494 to €549. Difference of about 50 quid. But it all matters. Jumps, of course, just going to get bigger and bigger from here on out. It's a 250 buy-in. But no harm in paying attention to those pay jumps. Ray kicking things off here in the cutoff with King 6 of spades. Looks like it's around to the big blind here, and the graphics are saying he folded, but his hands are telling a different story. Wants to be defending here for 30k more. Sides against it. And that's just too tight. We're seeing the King 6 suited getting the King 10 offsuit to fold, especially when we're sub 10 bigs. It's a great hand to try flop a draw or a pair or some piece of it. Does pitch it. Jaxie 1974 says evening Dan. Evening Jaxie. With the 10s raising to 75k under the gun. Nixon going to call on the button with pocket eights. Pascal coming along in a small blind with King Jack off suit. King Queen 10 is the flop. Pocket 10s and pocket 8s. I was about to say got out flop, but no, Dell has a set, of course. Bottom set, but a set nonetheless. And seem to have different graphics here. The King Jack just getting out of the way. Am I missing something? There's a pair and an open ender. Top pair and an open ender just gets away for a bet. I've no words there. That's about the best you can hope for. Calling from the small blind with King Jack off suit. Gets away from it. Wow. Must have a tell on his opponent there. Roxy says he will be at King's, I believe. But he says, I'll be there next Sunday. I presume he's on about the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the turbo flight and try and spin her up. Oh yeah, the big one, the Italian Poker Sport, is next weekend, which had unbelievable numbers. Over 5,000 last year. I think it was even more. You can find out all the information about the upcoming events, the merchandise store, and everything about the resort itself if you head over to the website www.bluffingconsequences.com. kingsresort.com. We've got the Italian Poker Sport next weekend, which is going to be a mammoth event with over $1 million guaranteed. Well, $1 million guaranteed. And then the following weekend after that, we've got PLO, the Big Rap. Grand Big Rap. Remember the last time? This PLO coming out through my eyeballs. We had two 10K high rollers back to back. We did a 250 Hold'em in the middle of it all. And then a 2K Big Rap main event. Just non-stop action, which is our mantra around here. And after that, you've got the German Poker Days. That's the event that runs throughout the whole night. And rounding out February, we have, I believe, the Kings Schafkopf Masters. I don't think that's... Well, I'll be streaming. I don't think it's a 20K guarantee. I think it's more likely that it's the European Poker Sport Championship. So, what a month of poker we have in store for the fans out there. Just back-to-back action, non-stop, 24/7, 365. It's the Kings Resort live from Rozvadov. Jaxie says he wants to avoid multiple bullets at the 1 million guarantee. Don't we all, buddy? Don't we all? What's the buy-in next weekend? Is it somewhere around that 500 zone? I think it could be even less. Yeah, it's under 400. 380, that's it. Couldn't remember the exact amount. It is indeed €380. What an event that is with $1 million guarantee. And pick up the action here on the turn. Small against big. Dell with ace-8 and Martins with a good shot straight draw. Decides to check his option on the turn. River is the king of clubs. And Dell, I would say, wants to go for some value with his ace high at that point, but decides to just check it and is happy to take it down. That pay jump has been reached as well, folks. 88 players remaining. €549 is the current payout. We've got action here. Ronald, 2.5 times the big blind. Murat is going to shove over the top from the cutoff with pocket nines. And now Dell is going to get out of harm's way with the ace-jack. And if I know my Ronald, he's going to let this one go pretty quickly, and he does get rid of the ace-jack. I think he needs to be folding there anyway. It's going to be a strong shove from Murat. Not aces this time, but still big enough pair with the pocket nines. Two black kings for Dell. Goes for the full 3x from the hijack. Perhaps could have got a bit of action if he hadn't gone for such a large raise size pre. I guess we'll never know. Martin's making a 55k to go, taking down the blinds and antes from the cutoff. Murat going for a 4x sizing with the aces, and I don't like this. I would much prefer to see him go closer to 2x or just 2x itself. Really pricing out your opponents here. I don't really know what's going on here. I don't know if the graphics are incorrect, but it looks like Rom, from my screen anyway, is calling a 4x open from under the gun +1 with 3 deuce off suit in the cutoff. Perhaps he meant to fold. I don't know. Surely didn't mean to call with 3 deuce off suit here for such a significant portion of his stack. And this could spell disaster for Ronald. He is a very tight player, but I was going to say it might seem like a really good spot for him to get more money in the middle, maybe even just go all in, but he does go for the conservative route, and we can see that that's very beneficial to him on this occasion. So going to go 3 ways to the flop. Perhaps Rom thought he was the one opening the pot and didn't see the raise. That's the only explanation that I have at this current moment in time. Ronald going for a bet here on the turn of 125, trying to take it down. 600k in the pot now as we hit the river. River is the 10 of spades. Murat just happy to take this down, not even going to attempt to bet on the river. Murat getting close to 1 million now. Murat really getting hit with the deck here. He's had aces, he's had nines, he's had aces, and now finds himself with kings. And we've only played 2 orbits or so. This kind of raise size is way too big. He's going for 6x. 6 times the big blind from under the gun is just going to scream strength, and any of these middling hands or hands that you want action from are just going to get out of dodge. 8's going into the muck pretty much immediately. And showing the table on top is just bad idea. He's just confirming to the entire table that when he makes a big raise size from under the gun or early position that he has a monster. There is just no reason to make it this big, and there's no reason to give away that kind of information. He does go over the million. Ronald betting 80k here. A lot of equity with his king jack on the queen 10-6 flop. Dell facing 2 overcards to his pocket sevens. Just going to let it go. If you're a fan of this channel, you'll know that Ronald van der Linde has many scores on his hand and mob. And he is a bit of a King's Resort reg. But he's not a man that messes around with cards. Jaxie coming in here with a very interesting question. Says, Dan, in a live setting, when you're in the big blind, do you prefer to wait until the action is on you to look at your cards, or do you rather look early and have an action in mind depending on someone open raising? Thank you for your question. I actually was thinking about this recently when I was playing Fintan Gavin's Irish Poker Tour in Galway. It was a good opportunity for me to play some live, and what was happening was I was looking at my cards, and then I was like, I look at my cards quick when they're first dealt to me, and I can look at everybody else looking at their cards. And what I found myself doing was I was going back around to me then when I'm in the big blind, and I end up double checking my cards anyway. So this was a bad habit of mine. I just couldn't stop looking at the cards and looking at them again on the flop, and I was like, I never used to do this, so I didn't know why I was doing it now. So the reason you would wait until the action comes around to you in the big blind, or sorry, the reason you wouldn't wait is so you've already looked at your cards. So if everyone's looking at the cards together, then no one's going to be looking at you looking at your cards. So it just depends on how much you want to watch everyone else look at their cards, depending on what reads or tells you have on people. If you're worried about you giving away information, then I would look at the cards pretty quick and then not bother when it comes around to the big blind. But if you're confident that you're not going to give away much information from your own hand, then I think you can do either or, and there's no harm in waiting until it comes around to your big blind. It is also, I think, a better idea to look at your cards as quick as possible, because then you can indeed do what you're suggesting, have an action in mind depending on someone's actions behind you. I feel like there was a bit of a tongue twister there, but I hope you got the gist of what I was trying to explain. I do have an all-in the call. Pascal flopping a lady here for a 10 big blind pot. Blinds have just gone up. 15k is now your small blind. 30k is now the big blind. With 30k running big blind ante, that's 15, 30, 30. And is the ace of hearts. Dell leaving a 10. It doesn't arrive. It's the 5 of hearts. Forced to pay the man. We double up to 10 bigs, and Dell will be playing 800k, which is good for 26 big blinds. Exactly. The last thing I would say is if I'm at a table and I feel like players are giving away, some players will just literally look at their cards and have them in their hand, already pushing them into the muck. That's something we want to use to our advantage, because if we know people are going to be folding behind us, then it has to widen our opening range, use every bit of information we can at the poker table. If you're at a real tough table, people aren't going to give away those tells and reads, and just try not to give too much away. If you're double checking and triple checking your cards, there's a lot of bad habits that people pick up on. Players with the same kind of tells and reads all the time. Next hand, Martin's raising to 60k with ace-3 of spades, and Murat on the button with deuces. And Mary in the big, another new player at the table, 10-8 offsuit, can close the action for 30k, already 195 out there. Getting great odds to see a flop. Two pair for Martins. Mary with a piece of it, but won't be loving this one. Just with an 8 kicker and second pair. Two hearts on board also. Martins can bet anywhere around the half pot mark. Does go for basically exactly half the pot, 110 into 225. And we've got action here. Ray with pocket tens Starting to hand with 20 bigs. It's going to be very tough for him to get away from this one. Nixon with the ladies, and that looks like a raise. Basically a min raise with a tiny bit of cheese on top. Raymond all in over the top, and Nixon is going to call, of course. Hasn't called yet, but just wants a count. Don't see him letting a hand as strong as Queens go. He will be worried. He could be up against Kings or Aces, and the rest of the time probably thinks he's flipping. But even if you're flipping, this is a necessary flip to take with a hand as strong as Queens. Sometimes you're going to be against hands like 9s, 10s, and Jacks. Raymond just shoving pretty fast, so Nixon just wants to take his time, think about it. Didn't see him folding, but he's entitled to weigh up his options before calling for the majority of his tournament with 79 players remaining. Jack 10 deuce is the flop. Not good for Nixon. Set for Raymond. And this is a large pot of almost 1.3 million. Big river for the Dutchie coming up. It is the 9 of spades. Ray gets incredibly lucky. And Nixon now going to be playing 6 big blinds. And don't really like this shove from Nixon. Yes, he's going to be a bit round off. He still has 6 big blinds. I feel like he's going to get a better spot than just 6-4 suited. Finds and antis are about to hit him. Had enough. Sorry, it's even worse. He's gone all in over the top. I was trying to figure that one out. I was like, he hardly is going over the top of Ronald. Ronald is going to call him off here, but Rom is going to go save a day for Ronald here. Now, Ronald has the option of eliminating two players. They obviously don't know who they're playing against because Ronald is doesn't mess around with cards. He's quite on the tighter side of things. It doesn't mean that he's not capable of making moves, but he has to gotta watch out for these OGs. Older contingent. He'll make moves. New school just won't do. But on this occasion, Ronald's obviously not going to call off half his stack with just 10 high. $465 in the pot does just look like Nixon wants to get out of here. Well, get back down, Nixon, buddy old pal. Just set for funky double up here. Looks like turn is 9 apart. Here's the deal. Mila Zisco subscribing at tier 1. Thank you so much for your support. Love to see that. And Yuri is in the house as well. Hello, Yuri. Yuri says he thinks Nick wants to go home. Yeah, it's exactly what I just said. Yeah. Sometimes when you lose a hand like that, your head's gone. You just want to get out of there. But I just think the Dutch Classics is just too good of a tournament. You can still do a lot from 6 bigs. He did find himself in a situation where he got it in with 2 live cards, and 2 live cards will win sometimes. Let's see here. He's now playing very playable 15 bigs. But I love about the Dutch Classics as well. One of my favourite ones to commentate on because it's fast paced, a lot of action and entertainment. This one has been incredible at Kings. The 250 mini main event at the 1100 where I was back in the booth for 3 long days. That was action packed, and then of course we had last weekend as well. 330 GTO. That final table it surpassed all expectations. I really mean that. It was fantastic to commentate on. There was just mayhem. Current payout is still €549. Seen a lot of big pairs today. It's aces for Martin from the cutoff. Min raising. Preferred sizing of aces pretty much all of the time. Better than the 6x open anyway. Rom getting out of the way. Thought he shoved there for a moment. Would not surprise me from what I just thought. Ronald in the big blind with king 10 off suit. Ronald bluffing decent equity here. 37% of the time to beat the aces. Up goes the checker. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Now, does Ronald want to take a stab at it here? No. The turn is going to quickly go check. Now, Martin's going to be pissed off that his aces have got cracked, but he did check the flop and check the turn. 8 of hearts on the river, giving Ronald the flush. Now, if I'm betting, I don't want to go too small, considering there's no money that's gone in on the flop or turn. Just goes for a bet of 80k, and Martins is going to be forced to pay this off. He's not going to like it. He does have a lot of chips. What's the 1.5 mil to start the hand, which is good for 50 bigs. Whoa! Just gets away from it. I can understand checking the turn once we've bet the flop. I can understand checking flop to bet the turn. But I do not like checking flop and turn. You want to get value. That's not how to get value with aces, even if there is 3 hearts on the flop. Not a great board for the aces, it has to be said, but I still think the money should be going into that pot before the river. I think Alias agrees with me, because how to not play ace is less than 1. $77 players remaining. Average stack getting very close to 1 million. And Ayla says, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I know I say your name every week, but it just occurred to me here. If I say this right. Hard to remember the pronunciations at the feature table and in the chat all the time, but you know, by now, as you are an Action Army reg, that pronunciation's not my strong point. The Alias says if he double checks the flop and turn, he likely doesn't have the queen. Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's like when the flop goes check, the turn is a queen. If he checks a second time, it's very unlikely that he has a queen in his hand from the big blind. You're going to want to start building a pot, get some value, all that good stuff. And indeed, Alias to protect against hearts, of course. Ricky Ticky Tastic asks, is there anywhere to see all remaining entrants? No. What we would have for you on the website would be starting days. Oh, you wouldn't actually, because that will only be tomorrow. So no, we don't have any information about the outer tables, I'm afraid. We just have information on the feature table. What we can see in front of us, it's on a 30-minute delay, but we are live as live can be for the €250 Dutch Classics main event from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Haskell shoving over the top here from under the gun open of Murat. Murat is going to be pretty priced in here with a hand as strong as ace-5 suited wheel. He's getting the right price here, in my opinion. 210, 385. He's getting 1.8 to 1 money. He's getting just about the right odds. Now they're talking to each other, perhaps trying to get a read. You could go either way with this one. If he folded, I don't understand, considering he's opened from under the gun and got ripped on from the big blind. The more I look at this, the more I think about it. As much as I want to see the action, I think Murat is going to be crushed here the majority of the time. So maybe you just got to let it go. It would be a gamble. If he had more chips, perhaps it would be an easier call. And if the positions were different, raising under the gun and a rejam from the big, just going to be significant strength. Jaxie with an interesting comment here saying, cheers Dan, I think there are pros and cons to both actions, but I think you make less mistakes in the long run. If you just wait till the action is on you, it happens a lot in the small blind when you have already decided to fold, and all it would have costed you to see the flop was one big blind with 4 callers before you, and then you end up smashing the flop.
We know in half an hour.
Yeah. I still stand by what I said as well. It's like, if I'm going to look at my cards again when it comes back around to me, then don't look at them the first time. Concentrate on everything that everyone else is doing before you. If you can trust yourself to not look at your cards and you want to look at them quick and then watch everyone at the table and not give away information, then I don't mind. I think there are pros and cons to every action at the poker table. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction, of course. Yeah, and I like that fold from the ace-5 suited. The more I thought about it, the maths aren't quite right in our favour. But if we've a load of chips and want to gamble there, then so be it. Some sort of a disagreement going on here. I don't know the full gist of it. Hand gestures are suggesting something is going on. Nixon with the open ender. Morat putting enough money over the line to put Nixon all in. Nixon still going to be browned off after losing that big hand. Did double up. He's back down at 11 bigs here from the button, and I think his move has been taken away from him here. Had Murat checked, I think Nixon would probably fire a large bet there, basically committing himself. But with 2 diamonds on board and having got the double up, I think Nixon should just get away from this one. His hand looks better than it is. He doesn't have a diamond. And it's unlikely Murat is just ripping here with a 4 and maybe not even a 7. Murat's playing his hands very face up as well, as we've clearly seen over the last few orbits. So all of those factors combined, I think Nixon just has to get away from this one. If he's gambling and wants to go home, we might just see him call it off anyway. Just needs to remain composed. 11 bigs, not a bad stack to spin in the Dutch Classics. We've got plenty of time. Martin's raises to 60k. Queen Jack offsuit from early position. And Dell is going to call with the King 8 offsuit for 30k more. I don't love these offsuit with King combos, but when we're getting around that King 9 territory, going to want to be defending. Depends how often the big stack is opening from early position. Flop is A6-7. Martin's bet 40k. And Dell not going to be continuing. He hasn't hit a piece of it. Ronald raises to 65k with ace-4 of spades. Murray calls from the big blind for 35k more with 8-6 offsuit and flops an open-ender. Decent amount of equity. Ronald, backdoor spades working for him. He's got bottom pair. And Ronald not even going to see a turn card there. The lead getting the job done from Mary. And Nixon with the king 7 offsuit. He's going to shove for 11 bigs. Bit wide here from Nixon. Lesmo asks, how does it work when someone goes to the toilet? Do they skip the hand? Yeah, they're just dealt into the hand, but their cards are taken away from them. If it happens in a cash game, they're just dealt out of the hand altogether. And if it goes past the blinds and antes on them, then they will have to post the blinds and antes. Usually that's how that works. Them's the rules. Pay jump has been reached. All players remaining guaranteed €645. Lesmo asked what if they are in the big blind or the small blind. Well, if they're in the big blind or the small blind, they shouldn't be going to the bathroom or for a cigarette or both at the same time. Anyway, some people will just go for a wander and come back in orbit later and wonder where half their stack is gone. All in and call for 5 bigs apiece. Ron with the A7, Martin's with the deuces. 3, 4, 5 is the flop. Turn is the jack of spades. River is the king of hearts. And we lose another player. 70 players remaining now. Nixon is just going to ram a jam his sixes from early position for sub 15 bigs. 13 and a half, thereabouts. gets it through and is now playing over 15 bigs once more. And an update of the chip counts here. Martin's your chip leader with 53 bigs, Ray with 43, Murat with 28, Dell with 23, Ronald with 20, Mary with 20, Nixon with 16, and Pascal is your shortest stack, still playing 12 big blinds. Kings for Mary in the hijack. Min raising, sub 15 pigs to start the hand. Blinds are now 20, 40, 40, by the way, folks. 20k is the small blind, 40k is the big blind with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. 69 players remaining. The average stack is over 1 million. Dell going for it here. Very loose open from early position with Jack 8 of clubs. Mixin is going to jam from the small blind, and the way he's been playing, he wants to get his money in. Of course, King, Queen, offsuit, going to be more than good enough here, even if the raise did come from early position. And it is just about sub 10 bigs. But we can see Dell can't call this one. That's why it's a very loose open from. It's less than 10 big blinds to rejam, but Jack 8 suited just not going to cut the mustard here. Ray with the min from the hijack, and Murat is going to defend from the big blind with Jack 6 of clubs. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. Ray is going to bet 60k. 60k Ray with his top pair, King Kicker, and Murat is just going to have to let this go. Doesn't hit anything there. Goes in the bin.
Not lying, I can look people.
And Ronald is going to open from the hijack here with Queen Jack of spades, and Dell going to let the King 3 off suit go. Ronald will scoop the blinds and antes and add 100k to his stack, playing 17 big blinds.
I'm not slowly.
Murat going for a large sizing with 8s from the button. Might price out Mary here with just the Jack 10 off suit. 110k more for him to call here. He doesn't like it here, but it's just too much of a stack to call to see a flop. It looks like he wants to see a flop. Is he going to commit the chips? Has them in his hand. He's going to call eventually. We'll see a flop. King 7-8. Set here for Murat. 360 in the pot. Good shot straight draw here for Mary. We've seen him lead already into his opponent when he was in the big blind earlier. Does he want to try take this one down with a small bet? Because Murat won't be betting small. 2 spades on board and straight draws. Does eventually check, and now Murat. Oh, maybe that's not a check. Tapping his hand like that, not going to be considered a check. Well, be careful doing that. Some places that might be seen as binding. And it's not on the felt. He does go for an all-in. Wow. Now he's only going to have 15% equity. What a wild hand. Nearly 1.4 million in the middle. Murat 85% favorite with his set of 8s. Needs a 9 for a straight. Turn actually improves his hand. 6 outs now as we hit the river. River is the deuce of spades. Yes, says Murat Yilmaz. Mary has been eliminated from donk jamming, and 64 players are going to remain now. Gift says he's weird. Will not be missed on the table. Well, you got to be careful with them weird players. They can donk jam, takes your moves away from you a lot. You should have just folded pre. But as played, bet tiny to try see a cheap turn, perhaps, if you're going to donk from the big, but don't go for over the pot. If he had like 5 bigs, 6 bigs, I wouldn't hate it, but he just still has a very playable stack with over 500k there, especially against that player as well. KM is in the house. What's up, buddy? Did you make it to Kings? Did the trains find their way to Rosvedov? We're close to it. They go choo choo. KM says all he had to do was fold Jack 10 off to a 6x open pre-flop. Well, I think it was less than 4x, just about 4x that time, but he did do a 6x open from... Oh, that's not you. Johan was on the train. Just sometimes get mixed up with all you fantastic mods. But where are you playing the Dutch Classics anyway? You're always great for the gossip. Fill us in. Tell us what's been going on, buddy. KM says he likes to skip the Dutch events. I know what you mean. They're one of the smaller buy-ins, but god damn, does it attract a lot of attention. Ronald is the organizer of the event. I knew he was an important guy. I was saying he always comes down for the Dutch Classics. I knew he'd something got to do with it. Just didn't want to be saying he was the head honcho until I had the correct information. But look at this. Murat has had big pair after big pair. This is like his 5th time, but looks like he's going to run into it here. Ray with the aces. Ray is licking his chops here. Murat with a 140 open. Now, I wouldn't be going for a big size in here. I'd make it like 340 with the aces. Goes for 400. That's fine. We're going to see some Hollywood now. So what does Murat do now? I guess he just jams over the top. Unless he wants to try play this one cautiously. I wouldn't say cautiously, but trapping in position. But if you think your opponent is going to get it all in pre, why not go for it all now, here and now? All Ray will have to do is click call. My whole point, I don't think you can really click it back off these stack sizes. If you were against a player who kept 3-betting from the small or whatever the case may be, you could make an argument for just calling and snapping off on the flop. Then, even if there was an ace out there, Murat just wants to be shoving this one. Here we go. He's sighing. He's tutting. He's counting. All in, incoming.
Mobile.
The more this goes on, this is becoming a very long tank. It feels like to me that he is deciding that he might want to just see a flop. Wow. Okay, so it was a genuine tank. Let's see a flop dealer. 880k in the pot already. Queen 5-3 is the flop, and now if I'm Raymond, I just size down here so I can jam on the turn. We have the ace of hearts in our hand as well, unless he wants to check and induce a bet from Murat. That queen will hit Murat's range from time to time. I would bet around 275k, something around that area. Goes for 280. Yeah, if I'm not checking, I'm betting around 250 to 300. So he's gone for 280, right in between those two numbers. This is a sexy sizing from Ray because Murat should just be calling, and then it sets up about a half a pot jam for the turn.
280.
Now at this point, Ray has to be wondering, am I up against a hand like King Queen, Ace Queen? We blocked that significantly. Could it be Queens sometimes? I presume he would just get it in pre with Queens. Wasn't the biggest ever 3-bet, so it might change Murat's calling range pre, that he might have some of those suited connector hands in there also. He did dilly-dally for a while on him and Hall before calling. And now Ray, that's surprising. I didn't expect to see Ray check on this turn. I expect to just see him get it all in. Get called by a draw. If you're beat against 3s or 5s or something around the area of like a Jack 10 of hearts type holding, might call it off even. Maybe a big Queen calls it off, like King Queen, Queen Jack. It's easy for us. We can see that they're both nutted. They don't have to be. And Murat, in my opinion, just needs to protect his hand, even though he has an overpair to the board. He does block some of those draws that we would want Ray to have, but if Ray did have a draw, he wouldn't be checking on the turn.
What you play? Ace King.
I don't know what's going through Murat's head. He checks it back on the turn.
I think so. We have same hands.
River incoming. Oh my word, it's the ace of diamonds. Okay, as he doesn't have King Queen, I don't think. Well, it's putting down his range here because any of the ace X type hands there, like Ace King and Ace Queen, are significantly blocked. And I think hands like Queens, Jacks, and Tens should be opting to try get it in pre or shove over the top of a 3-bet. So now it looks like Murat is a genius. I might lose the absolute minimum here with the Kings against the Aces. That's supposed to just be a cooler. Azalea says, "Wow, saved." He could be saved, but he might call it off. I don't think you can call it off with the Kings. I do agree with you though, KM. I don't think he will ever expect his opponent to have Kings the way this is played out. Murat's going to survive with the guts of 20 big blinds. See, he could be married to his hand because he's played it so tricky. I wouldn't be shocked to see a call from Murat here on the river. But at the same time, if I had to bet between him calling or folding, I would definitely bet for him to fold. There is 2.2 million in the pot, and it is just 745 for him to call. KM says his hand is very under-repped at this point. Yes, it is indeed. It's been under-repped the whole way. Murat does get away from it. Ray will be absolutely sick to his stomach. Sick as a pig when he finds out that Murat had kings there.
In half hour I see.
And that's horrible for Ray, by the way. One of the last remaining aces in the deck hitting the river. Stopping him from getting fully paid there for another 745k. Ray out in front here with 55 bigs, Martins with 39, Rod with 26, Murat 19, Ronald with 15, Nixon with 14, Dell with 13, and Pascal with 7 bigs is your shortest stack at this table. Still 8-handed here at the feature table of the Dutch Classics Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Under 60 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €645, chasing the first prize of 46,200. Basically 46 grand extra on your 250 investment, or whatever the case may be. Of course, people are going to be firing multiple entries. 1,435 entries total, generating a prize pool of over 300 grand, meaning that the top 4 finishers of this event will also get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, taking place live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov later on this year. KM says that hand took about 12 minutes from the moment Murat opened pre-flop. It was a very, very long-winded hand. Entertaining nonetheless. Expected to see more action though. Thought all the money would be in the middle, especially by the river, but wasn't to be. There's a guy I recognise, King's Resort Reg. It's Ciprian Ponescu. Check out his Hen and Mob if you don't believe me. Very competent player with 59 players remaining. The Romanian. And he's wasting no time before getting to work. He's 3-betting from the cutoff with King 3 of diamonds. Cyprian getting Martins to fold with the pocket sixes. Cyprian with pocket nines in the hijack. Pascal wants to be getting it in here with King 10 suited. Sub 5 bigs to start the hand, and he has his big blind anti-invested already. Just decides to call. Looks like he's going to go for a stop and go. Only 140 behind. Cyprian is just going to bet small. Pascal getting mad odds to see the turn. The problem is he has less than 100k behind for the turn if he does call the 50k bet. I would just get this in pre. Hijack against the big blind. Get it in for your flip. If you lose, you lose. Going to be in a 60-40 situation. Decent portion of the time as well. AMS, wonder if he would have folded ace 10x flop as well. I would like to think that he wouldn't, but I guess we'll never know. And Roderick, 85k to go, pocket eights. Murat is going to call from the big blind with 6 deuce suited. Roderick going for a bet of what looks like 100k. 85. And Murat is just going to get out of the way. Queen 10-3 was the flop. Nixon min raising with 10-7 of spades. Nixon going for a small continue of 50k here on the ace king deuce flop. Dell just wants to be calling here, no reason to be raising. Cut off against big blind pre, by the way. I probably would just rejam in Dell's shoes. Sub 10 bigs to start the hand. But Dell will get this one done and is now playing 16 bigs. .58 players remaining now. Hand 46. This will be the last hand before a 15-minute break. This will be the last of the first frame. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in from. Ronald 14 bigs, ace jack off suit. $100k to go. Roderick, king 6 of spades, going to call for the additional 60k. King 5-3 is the flop. Roddy checking. See Ronald. Wow, he's just going to straight up jam. Ronald normally would see him just c-bet small here. He's talking to his opponent. Asking how much he has. And I don't think Roddy can be folding this one. I know it's a very large bet into this size of a pot, but he's got top pair, albeit with a weak kicker. Yeah, does call it off. Ronald's hand really looking like a hand like 7s through to 10s, maybe even jacks. Queens, I don't know. An under pair to the king is what I'm saying. 1.2 million in the pot. It is all in and called. Turn is the deuce of clubs, and we could be set to lose. Ronald van der Linde, big supporter of this event. We will say goodbye to him in 57th place. 56 players remaining now, and we are going on a 15-minute break. See you all in a few moments.
stuift intensief op.
Ja.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again. Of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's going to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack. Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card. 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan. Particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick
just,
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. Like that is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. He needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20's fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is six sizing here. Does just cool. That's some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses. 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know, it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georges has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like King Queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there. Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is.
I must normally.
He go all in, he pays.
You make 400, I must normally fold kings. No, I give you aces. With what for card you make so high? If you give half your chip inside.
I think that the checks there as well.
No.
My mouse is out there. 1, 3, 4.
Hooty hoo! We're back. We're live. It's the Dutch Classics Day 2. Second frame of this evening. More action in store. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 55 players remaining. Pascal all in from the hijack for less than 3 bigs. Martins is going to call in the big. %, equity for the 10-9 offsuit. Pascal with 73%. King Queen Deuce is the flop 2 clubs. Average stack 1.3 mil. 26 bigs and change. Turn is the 7 of spades. Pascal looking good for the double up as we hit the river. River is the king of diamonds. Pascal will double up to 6 bigs. Current payout is still €645. Page on blooming to €785. Nixon going for a 6 big blind jam from under the gun +1 with King 9 off suit. And I don't know what Murat's doing. It looks like he went to raise and didn't see the all in. Now this might be binding. I believe it's binding. He's put chips over the line. Let's see what happens here. Little does he know he's in fantastic shape. Nixon wanting to get out of here a few times. Either get out of here or double up. He did double up in the previous session before the break. I think what's going to happen here is Nixon 315k all in will have to be called by Murat. Maybe he won't have to commit the other 300. Let's see. That's usually the ruling. Does have to call. Yes, James says Murat has 115k in the middle already. Well, I believe when he does that, he still has to call. Or, oh wait, maybe he can just put in the 115 and fold then for the additional 200, but it wouldn't make much sense. That was my point. Probably should have explained it a little bit better. Murat will commit the chips. 755 in the middle, and he's in fantastic shape. A bit unfortunate for Nixon because Murat probably would have folded. We've seen what was going on. But alas, there's a king of kings.
Yes.
King 4-4, but it's an ace on the turn. I feel like it means more to Murat than it does to Nixon. Nixon looking a bit dejected. Godzilla will say goodnight. And 52 players remaining now. Pascal with 6 bigs, ace jack off suit. 51 players remaining now, so of course that means the stage jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €785.
One race all in. 2 passes. 3 passes. 4 passes. 5 passes.
Gets that one through. Pascal with another good hand, sub 10 bigs. Small blind is 25k, big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. Oh wow, we've got action. Pascal all in for just under 9 big blinds. Dell with the aces behind him. Happy feet for Delano. Calling for 440. So it is all in, a call for a mill in the pot. 20 bigs, 983 is the flop, 2 hearts. Things are looking bleak for Pascal here. Just one lady remaining in the deck. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the 4 of clubs, and Dell is going to eliminate Pascal in 50th place. Martin's raising to 105 here. Ace King of Diamonds from the hijack, and Murat is just going to call from the big. A lot of players would try just re-jam that one or 3-bet. Looks like he just wants to see a flop. Queen Jack Deuce rolls off. Murat with the best of it, not going to deter Martins from c-betting. Backdoor Diamonds working for him. He's got the betting lead, and a 10 gives him the straight. At a 55k. Turn is the 3 of Diamonds. It's a spicy turn card. Martin is going to quickly check back. River is the Queen of Hearts. Disappointing run out. From an action perspective, it's pairing the board and completing the flush. And Martins is just going to concede. Disappointed to lose that one, but loses very little chips. 48 players remaining. Roddy raising to 110 with pocket fives under the gun. '85 says, let's go Dimitri. Polish power.
Writing good. With the check in turn, you give me chance for pushing. Yeah. But I give you set queens. For this I not pushing. I won't look at coming ace. When ace coming, then I
could also hit your range. You could have had ace queen. So then it would be perfect river, but otherwise, yeah. But yeah, I like the check as well.
No, for you it's perfect. When I have ace king,
Another page on blooming, folks, with 45 players remaining now. The difference between 45th and 44th place will be from €785 to €925. Rat not even going to open or entertain opening King 10 offsuit in the hijack. Way too tight there from Murat and Roderick on the button. Pocket 10s, puts the 40 bigs. Goes for the full 3x from the button. Interesting to see him go to full 3x here when he just went for 110 from under the gun. Perhaps it's because one of the best players left in this field, I would imagine. Cyprian in the big blind, trying to price him out. Presume Roderick knows of Cyprian's Level of expertise. Jana all in from early position here with a 7 off suit. Find it very interesting. The a7 gets through and then just folds to king 9 suited. We've got some new players at the table. Mr. Mark from France has joined the table. Average stack over 30 big blinds. Other new player at the table. Well, he's here a few hands now. Goran with top pair here. Martins is going to continue for 55k with King Jack of Diamonds. So goes for betting a call, 395 in the pot now. Looks like he went for a lead there from the big blind with 2 pair. I expect him to just check that one, especially with the ace of spades. But gets the job done nonetheless. Ray with aces again here. This time playing 42 bigs to start the hand. From the cutoff, going for 105. And that's going to be the end of that. A lot of big pairs out there tonight. I wonder if Ray knows by now that his opponent had kings that time. Be playing an additional 745k, but that's the way she goes. KM says they talked about it briefly after the break. How do you know these things? You drink and you know things. This is the knowledge. This is the juicy knowledge I'm looking for, KM. That's why you're in the executive committee, sir. KM said Marat said he should fold King pre after Ray made it 400k. Ah, here. What's his reasons behind that? Did he indicate significant strength? It looked like he wasn't giving away too much information from what I could see. But it's a hell of a lot different, the atmosphere, when you're sitting at that table, eyeballing your opponent, looking down the barrel of the gun, and you're sitting there with King. Sometimes you just know. Look, we've seen kings be folded pre-flop a few times at this resort, but I would not be making a habit of it. I don't think we should be folding. I think me saying I wouldn't be making a habit of it is nearly underplaying it. Just don't do that. Lesmo asks, how can people join the table? People get moved table, you see. It's a tournament, so with 5 players, or 5 or 6 tables remaining, to balance out tables, one player will get moved to the feature table and vice versa. I think that's a good point. KM says he thinks it's just really nitty. Tough having valid reasons to fold kings to a 3-bet there, but most of us would have busted there, so it worked out for him. Yeah, well said. Lesmo says, alright, cheers, boss. No problem. Nice to have you with us. The Beast says, yup the lads. Go on the boys. Cyprian raising to 125. Cyprian betting 100k here on the Queen 4-3 1 club flop, 425 in the pot. We've got action. Ray raises to 110. Mr. Mac all in the hijack with 2 10s. 110 with the King 7 of spades. Action on Dell on the button with the Ace Jack off suit. Facing an open and a rejam. Even though it's only 10 bigs, I think we can get away from our Ace Jack. Might just stack off with a hand like Ace Queen offsuit plus, but the Ace Jacks can go in the bin. It depends how frisky you are feeling on this Sunday night in the Dutch Classics with 45 players remaining. Murat raising to 125 here with pocket fives in the hijack. And Cyprian from the small just going to take this one down on the King Jack with a bet of 1 big blind. Ace Queen of Hearts, raising to 130,000. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. KM says Cyprian will bully this table. I would hope so. A lot of value to be extracted from a man of Cyprian's caliber. Cyprian raising to 125 with a real hand this time in the cutoff. Kings at kings. Ray is just going to call on the button. I actually like this call with a suited hand on the button in position. These suited connectors play pretty well. And Yana in the big blind here. Jack 9 suited. Flush draw on the Queen 6 deuce, over pair for Cyprian. $90K is the bet. Ray just wants to be calling here. Still a decent amount of Queen X in his range. Kern giving him more outs. 555, 11 outs now for Ray. And if I'm Cyprian, I'm going to size up here. I like a bet of around 350. I want to get external value for a flush draw, a straight draw, and a queen. Around 350 sounds good, and I wouldn't hate if he wanted to bet even more. Closer to pot, even. If he does have a queen, he's going to call a second time, so why size down? 420 is the bet. It just depends. Sorry, if he's going to his turn bet sizing depends on whether he wants to go for really large sizing on the river. If he thinks he can get it all in, there's no point in going too small. But if he doesn't think he can get it all in, then smaller sizing probably optimal. 275 is the bet. I personally would have liked to go a bit bigger. He wants the flush draw to call a second time, so maybe his sizing is pretty good, but he won't like that river. His pot now 1.1 mil. Cyprian does have a king of clubs, blocking a decent amount of flush draws on the turn, but he blocks hands like king, queen, etc. I think he still wants to bet, but more of a blocker-ish type sizing, something like 350. If he's just going to check call, then I don't see the point in him going too small. If he's just going to check call, if he's going to check call anyway, then he might as well bet himself. So he's going for a bet size of about 500k. I think this is decent sizing. I was going to say the sizing I was suggesting on the turn should be the sizing he should go for here on the river. And now Ray with a flush, just going to call him off in case he's beat. He'd be very happy to take down that pot. I don't know how Cyprian can lose much less on that river. I would personally have liked to see him bet bigger on the turn, but we can see Ray was going nowhere in position. Okay, I'm making a very good point there. He says he thinks if he sizes up on the turn, he can check fold a club river. Well, you see, the larger sizing on the turn eliminates some flush draws from it should anyway. Like, if he bets pot on the turn, it's hard for Ray to call a pot size bet with just a flush draw, because they're not that deep behind. With the overall range, he wants to get value from a queen. I think the turn is the street where he gets the most value. The queen will still call again. Flush draw will still call again. As long as it's not over pot. My whole point was, I think he should bet bigger on the turn to set up a river jam on a non-club river. But that was not the way that one played out. And KM with another good point there, saying Ray doesn't have ace queen. Yeah, he would 3-bet that pre. And we heavily block king queen, as I aforementioned, in the hand. And yeah, queen jack probably just checks behind on the river. Yeah, we've got to remember, it's a scary card for Ray as well. Even though he does hit a flush, he can be beaten. And he can easily be beaten when our opponent keeps betting. Would have been a pretty sick, this is spicy now and out there, outlandish comment now from Action Man Dan. But what about if he was to check jam the river? Get his opponent to fold, considering he's going to rarely have an ace-high flush, and we have a king of clubs as a blocker. But the thing is, Kings is just too good of a hand. There's no need to turn that into a bluff, so forget I said anything. Always looking for these spicy ways to take down hands that other people aren't thinking of or aren't doing at the table. But obviously Kings just going to be too strong, too high up in your range. Just want to be check calling. It's just next level thinking. You don't need to do these kind of moves, especially in the 250 Dutch Classics main event. Lesmo asked what time are they playing? They will play until 24 players remain. They will bag and tag, and they will come back tomorrow, Lesmo, at 2:30 Central European time. And we will play down until we have crowned yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rozvadov. That's 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. That's when the action really heats up and the pressure is always on. Currently 40 players remaining now, and the blinds have gone up a hand or two ago. Small blind is 30k. Big blind is 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. That's way too big of a pass there from Jana. Oh, Lesmo asked, but what time till today? It just depends. I would say this level and another level, definitely. And then we could possibly be finished by then. I think 2:30 a.m. would be far too late. We'll be finished before that. Actually, trying to work backwards here, I would say if we get to the next break, then we will be dealing with under 30 players remaining. So, considering it is midnight at King's right now in 1 minute time, I would say you're looking at about 2 to 2.5 hours more. Exactly what KM just said, yeah. No set time, Lesmo. But we will play X amount of levels. But what happens almost every time is 24 players are reached. 24 players remaining is reached before we have finished the required amount of levels. Well, I wouldn't say they're required, but the amount of levels that would be played until... So we just play X amount of levels or when 24 players are reached, but usually 24 players remaining is reached before that amount of levels have been played. Phew. We got there. 40 players remaining. And Roddy in the small, ace king off suit, raises to 250, going for quite a large sizing. Lesmo asks when are the blinds getting raised? They just got raised. We're playing 40-minute clock, I believe. Maybe it's 45, somewhere around that area. And there is the update of the ship counts. Ray with 54 bigs, Roddy with 33, Murat with 21, Cyprian with 20, Loran with 19, Dell with 15, Martin's with 12, Mr. Mark with 12, and rounding out the table is Yana, who should have shoved that ace-5. Was a good opportunity to try take down the blinds and antes, but finds himself playing 6 big blinds. KM says, by the way, Johan made it to day 2 through the turbo flight this morning. I don't know if he's still in though. We have a group there, KM. I don't know why you're not part of it. You're probably not on WhatsApp or something. I'm not on there that much, but he was updating us earlier. He didn't get lost on the train, no. He was 93rd or something like that. Got to be careful on those trains. Yeah, that makes sense, KM. I hear you. I'll do the same myself. I've been Action Man Dan, the friendly ghost there all of January, talking to very few people apart from the King's Resort crew, of course. Every Sunday and Monday and the occasional Tuesday. We've got action here. Roddy calling the 3x open from Loran, and now Martins just wants to be rejamming behind here. It's not 11 bigs. Oh, it is. Blinds have gone up. Does go for it with the 10s, and Roddy shouldn't be getting away from this one, I wouldn't think. So it is all in and call. So there is almost 1.7 million in the pot. 10s against 9s. Ace 7-4 is the flop. Turn is the king of diamonds. Roderick with just one out as we hit the river. It is the three of hearts. Martins will double up to close to 30 bigs, and Roderick still playing 24. 39 players remaining now. And Lauren just taking that away. I personally would have liked Cyprian to just jam 16 bigs on the button with ace-8 offsuit. Perhaps too many bigs to be shoving in a tournament like this when there's just so many other spots available. I would just rather take down the blinds and antes with those kind of ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuits. Raise call my ace-9, ace-10 plus. And you could make an argument for min raising with those suited wheels, or even the unsuited ones, the ace deuce to ace 5, although they also probably are better as a jam. We're seeing some nitty-gritty play there the last couple of hands. I think the 6-4 diamond should be ripping from the small blind into the big. I actually think the 5-4 offsuit should shove for 5 bigs in the small blind also. Can't be letting those blinds and antes hit you without trying to pick up chips one way or another. Dell with 15 bigs here. Also, KM says on with the ace-8 hand, he doesn't want to avoid his post-flop edge. I think that's a very good point. 16 bigs is a lot. I think it depends, KM. If there's a lot of re-jamming going on from the small and the big, I just rip and I take that move away from my opponents. But if they're happy to go post-flop, which seems to be the case, then I think min raising with the ace-8 becomes the optimal play. And Roddy 3-betting the 355 with ace-king at diamonds, and Dell won't like this opening from under the gun. Yeah, I agree, KM. They haven't shown a propensity to re-jam late at all. Dell is just going to call. Oh dear, Roddy's going to lose a chunk of chips here, and there's nothing he can do about it. Unless there's a king at kings. And Dell just shoves for pot, or Rod shoves for pot. Dell snaps him off. I don't think there's anything anyone could do in this hand. This is just a sick cooler. 2 million in the pot with 38 remaining. Roddy will be down under 10 bigs, and this is a big moment for Dell. Just 2 kings left in the deck. Turn is the 8 of hearts. There is the jack of diamonds, and he's got quite the rail. Dell. Roddy forced to pay the man. Nothing he can do there. And just didn't see Dell folding on that occasion. Too good of a price to see the flop. And if he wasn't doing that, he might have just went all in for the 10 bigs behind. If he'd seen a larger 3-bet he was facing, he might just let his ace-queen offsuit go there. But that's definitely looking at it from a hindsight perspective, and we don't like that around here, do we, folks? The hand plays itself once we hit the flop, of course. get it all in.
Probably they have some work downstairs. We have 15 minutes still of this order.
Cyprian 14 bigs.
130.
Ace 10 off suit. Raises to 130.
7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass.
And Murat in the small blind against someone like Cyprian, who is well capable of raising lighter than ace jack, as he should be. I think this is a great opportunity to jam. And it looks like he does find the all-in. I expected him to maybe call or fold. Wasn't expecting him to jam. He has shown inclination to not be super aggro. And Cyprian is just going to have to let that one go.
I want to first look at what's coming forward. Then we have kings or aces.
KM says find the fold, well done. I don't think he could be calling off there, especially against that particular opponent. But you already know that, don't you, KM? He's got a real hand now. Now, 12 bigs. If he's still going for the min, this is what I was talking about. A lot of players will just rip this, and I might even rip this sometimes with 12. It depends on my mood, but if he thinks external value can be extracted from just opening, like what KM said, he doesn't want to lose his post-flop edge. That's why you're seeing him raise to 150, even though he's only playing 12 bigs to start the hand. We've got action. Murat with two black ladies. Whoa. He is just going to call. Interesting. Playing the black ladies pre-flop, very tricky. And Cyprian out flopping Murat here. Just wants to bet tiny, like 75k, 100k. Goes for 100k. 650 in the pot now. Jack of spades hits the turn, and not a great card really for the ace king, but obviously pot committed here, still going to have the best of it the majority of the time. And Murat might have a draw now also, so I just think it's all in for 485 into a pot of 650. Oh, he decides he can get even more value by betting small, which I can get behind. River is the three of clubs, and now Cyprian with 335 behind. Cyprian will know his customer better than I do. This ain't this man's first rodeo. He knows exactly what he's doing in a lot of spots. 335, and now this. Sorry, something stuck in my throat. If he has a hand like 10 jack, ace jack, occasionally a weaker king might be in there. Basically, if Murat had two pair before the river, it's now got counterfeit, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, we block king 10 and king jack, but it doesn't mean that he can't occasionally have it. He could have a hand like ace jack, they're called pre. We block that also. You get my point. And Cyprian's played this one lovely because there's 1.3 million in the middle, and what he's thinking there is, if I bet small on the turn and I bet 335 here into a pot of 1.3, my opponent is getting unbelievable odds. Doesn't need to be good that often to make this a profitable call. And I would have called with queens already, I think. Now, granted, it's very strong play here from Cyprian, but it's just we block ace queen significantly here. It just screams to me though, even if I'm sitting there with queens, that I'm up against kings, tens or jacks here. Especially when the jig is up for me personally when Cyprian bets that small on the turn. I just don't see a realm or world where he is betting flop and turn of that sizing and then just check folding the river. It's just not a thing, especially out of position. That is why I expected to see us keep like some draws or a combo draw, something along those lines by betting 485 into the 650. But Cyprian knows his customer, and Murat in a world of hurt. But he can beat nothing really, guys. So I say, oh, he's got amazing odds. He's getting over 4-1. He's getting close to 5-1. So for 4 point whatever to 1. But you're not getting odds if you're beat. And Murat just lets it go. Real Rusty in the house says, if it's the best thing to fold queens against this range, I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, Cyprian is a very competent, well-accomplished player, but it takes a real genius to run a bluff for that size and in that spot with a few tables left in such a big tourney. So I just don't see him pulling off a bluff there. I'm trying to think of what holdings he could have that he sizes that way, that bluffs on the river. And if the chat wants to help me there, you think you can think of any? Because I can't really. I mean, if he had busted spades, maybe. There's not too many of them. And I'm telling you, spades that contains a straight draw as well, considering he raised under the gun off 12 bigs, just slams it all in on the turn. You don't bet 150. And Gift says Murat's been showing incredible sense when it comes to find these spots. I'm not sure, are you on about Murat or Cyprian? Because yeah, that is the second telekinesis thing we've seen from Murat. Now granted, it was a bit of a dead giveaway, I feel, as I said, for the millionth time, the way that was sized up. Yeah, aces for Yana, waiting patiently, and Cyprian is going to call it off. Eight 10 in the pot, Jack in the window, Jack 7-4. Turn is the 8 of hearts. There is the Queen of clubs. And Yana. Come back, kid, says, sit down, mate. Yeah, I couldn't put pair myself there. You've got aces. Granted, it was not a nice turn card for the aces, but gets the job done. Ray with 51 bigs, Dell with 31 bigs, Martin with 26 bigs, Loran with 19, Murat with 16, Cyprian with 16. Yana now playing 14 bigs, Mark with 12 bigs, and shortest back at the table is Roderick playing 7 big blinds. Good night, Bard. Thanks for helping us out there earlier. With a good point there. So it's not about being a genius to bluff there. It's more about his opponent is under folding. But I'm just saying, it would take a real special genius to turn their hand into a bluff there. Like, especially against someone who's tight and is in position against you, Murat. Like, there's guys there that'll just call because it's like 5 bigs. But Murat really thinking that one through. His calling and raising ranges are all over the place, yeah, as is tradition at the King's Resort. Good luck putting a lot of these hands into a solver. I dare you. Less said about that, the better. provides endless amounts of action for our viewing pleasure. Hope you're enjoying the show, folks, wherever you're tuning in from. YouTube, Twitch. I expect the place to be hopping and popping tomorrow. Always an exciting FP. And executed, getting that one through. So still 35 players remaining, which means a pay jump is looming. Pay jump will be to €1,275. And Roddy all in from the cutoff with Kings. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. 40k is the small blind, 80k is the big blind, with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. And that pay jump has been successfully reached. As Roderick is all in from the hijack with pocket deuces. We are 10 eliminations away from the conclusion of the Dutch Classics Day 2. I wasn't expecting to see Ray call this one, but against the hijack, wants to gamble. Sub 10 bigs. Knows that Roderick is shoving a bit wider from late position because he's a bit browned off from losing a few big pots. Can't blame him. $8-6-5 is the flop, and now the deuces are ahead, but have a lot to dodge. 1.4 million in the middle. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Okay, 10 outs for Ray as we hit the river. Wow. Wow, a wee what. Yabba dabba do. Roddy doubles up and survives. Very hard to win on that board with deuces against Queen 9. Gets there successfully. It was a post flop coin flip. I see some comments on YouTube there, and I had a moment to look, asking who am I talking to and where is that going on. That's the Action Army on Twitch. We've got all our moderators on there, all the up-to-date info. Poker Room Kings. That's Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Come on over. Come on down. Gift says, hello, YouTube. It's a big audience you're saying hello to their Gift, but I like it. As long as they don't think I've been talking to myself for the last 4 hours. Loran is just going to call on the button, and I don't particularly like this off that stack depth. I would much prefer the rejam. Does flop a set with it though, and with 770 in the pot now. Queen of diamonds hitting the turn. Ace 8 king queen is the board. $210 is the flop. Or sorry, 210 is the turn bet. And for this price, Ray might see a river, but I don't like it. I would just let go of my hand, I think. Some comments coming in there in a different language. English only, please, in the chat. And Ray does make decent fold considering he was getting a great price to see the river. I still stand by what I said there. Laurent should be re-jamming that one against cut-off open almost all of the time, especially when we're sub 15 bigs to start the hand. Red Misty in the house says, good evening. Dan the man. What's up, Red Misty? How are you, buddy? Nice to have you with us for the Dutch Classics. We still have about 10 eliminations to go before the conclusion of day 2. Yeah, Dell betting one big there on the ace 7-7 with the king 10 of diamonds, takes that one down. Murat not going to be continuing anytime soon with 4 high on that board. Loran is going to 3-bet in the hijack to 410k. Roddy, the opener, with pocket 7s from under the gun. Off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Same with Goran. I expected to see him just rip this one. But nonetheless, same result. 7s going into the muck. Cyprian finding ace king off suit, shoving for 795. Hasn't had much luck at this table. Very accomplished player, as I aforementioned. Ace 10 of hearts going in the muck, and it's around to Yana with ace 8 of spades. Greek Greedy Dane says, evening to you all, and Dan the Man, hello. Welcome. This is the difference of the caliber of opponent, folks. This is all going to go in anyway. But Cyprian was thinking about not opening that one from under the gun. And then he decided he has a post-flop advantage against almost anyone at this table. So he's going to get it all in against Murat, who decided to call in the cutoff. Very speculative pre-flop from Murat with 6-7 of spades, thinking he's after flopping the world here with 1.7 million in the pot. But we can see Cyprian is a 3-1 favorite now as we hit the river. River is the deuce. Murat has been eliminated. Very disappointing for him, considering that flop for his hand is unbelievable in theory. But in practice, it's Cyprian who had the nut flush draw, the gut shot straight draw. Spade no good for Murat. Lepson asking, so 12 big blinds raised under the gun. Not the first time he's done this either. With ace-2 suited and 7-6 suited, deciding to call sub 10 bigs in or around that amount with 6-7 of spades, yeah. From the cutoff. Race for Broke says, hello all. Yes, guys, you've got to remember, this is a €250 buy-in. You're going to see players that have not been in this position before. They're just here for the crack. They're a recreational. There's a lot going on in the world, and they're just happy to be there. And then the pressure is really on. At the same time, the other side of that coin flip is that players have the opportunity to play for a significant amount of money. So tomorrow you'll see them shell up for sure. You might even see a few players at this table knitted up now because they are 7 eliminations away from bagging and tagging and coming back tomorrow and playing for the biggest prize of their life, probably. Until you're sitting there and you're in that situation, the opportunity to win over 50 grand, including that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. These opportunities don't come around that often, especially from a €250 buy-in, and especially this early in the year. So the pressure is on, as per usual. So you're going to see some speculative plays, but the bigger stacks can really apply maximum pressure to the smaller stacks, and the smaller stacks really need to adjust, rejam more often, fight for those blinds and antes. That was another tight enough play. Ray with 28 bigs, Lauren with 24, Cyprian with 22, Del with 21. So top four at this table, pretty evenly matched, not too many bigs separating them. Then Roddy and Martins with 17 big blinds apiece. Yana playing 8 bigs has been very tight at this table, and Mark is the shortest stack, playing 6 big blinds. And Mark going to get it all in with the Jeffries, taking down the blinds and antes, which is very crucial right now. He's adding 200k to his stack. One more elimination has occurred, so 30 players remaining now. Average stack just under 30 big blinds. Lepson asked if 8-8 fold. I might have missed that while I was chirping on. I thought I did see the 8th fold though, yeah, that's why I said another tight play. Yeah, that's incredibly... I didn't miss that, I just thought that there was more chips behind. That was silly Billy. Can't be letting them go. It actually just reinforces everything I said about the magnitude of this moment for a lot of the remaining players. I see someone like Cyprian, although he would love another title to his name, something like this won't phase him where it will phase other players, and that's when the cream rises to the top. Cyprian taking another one down. Jack is in the house, says Jo. I presume that means hello. Lesmo asked, are there streams for the other tables? No, we just have the feature table. It's on a 30-minute delay. It's as live can be. From the King's Resort in Rozvadov, no information about the outer tables, unfortunately. This is the main table. It's our primary and only focus at the moment. Cyprian going for it again. And I'd be putting a stop to this right here, right now. I'd be rejamming this one from the small blind. Mila says, but the GOAT is still in on the other table. Not sure who the GOAT is, but enlighten me. I keep an eye out for him, especially if he gets through tomorrow. Lepson says Cyprian can just low variance grind away on this table. Yeah, I agree completely. That's why you'll see him go for the low variance route. But he's still not going to miss out on his pre-flop opens. That ace deuce is a good example where I would even probably fold in that spot, but Cyprian still knows he can eke out additional value even with hands like ace deuce suited with 12 bigs from under the gun. And that's the difference. Martin's raising to 165 with Queen Jack offsuit. And that's going to be enough of that. Again, look how advantageous even it is to take down the blinds and antes. Adding 200k to his stack. We've got a Jeffrey Dahmer lookalike at the table. You guys, that is pretty funny though. You do like nicknames and lookalike competitions around here. There's always someone looking like someone. What a small world we live in, albeit it's gigantic. Yeah, when someone says someone looks like someone and you don't see it yourself, and then when you see it, you can't unsee it now. This is pretty funny. I'd be looking like Jeffrey Dahmer as well if I got deprived of a full double up earlier with my aces against kings, against Marat. Yana all in for 400k here over the top. Ray with the initial open with King Jack off suit. $29 remaining now. We have all in and call. 1 million in the pot. And Yana 3-1 favourite to double up here. Ace 9-8 is the flop. Turn is a king. River is the 8 of spades. Yana will double up. Ray forced to pay the man, still playing 20 bigs. Yana will sit back down with 12 big blinds, 29 players still remaining. 30 big blinds, 2.4 million is your average stack. A couple of comments coming in there. Real Rusty says he's from Austria, met someone in Bangkok. I know, small world indeed. Yeah, it's so funny. Anytime I've gone on holidays or gone anywhere, always meet someone who's Irish. It's a given. Lefson, boom, my man, took down a 3.5k mystery on GG. You got a 3.5k mystery bounty? If you did, sick, unbelievable scenes. And most look like donks to me. Very funny. Real Rusty is out the gap. Says good night, have fun with the stream. Thanks for joining us, Rusty. That's amazing, left son. What a bink that is. 3.5k from a 105 buy-in, and obviously now you've got even more chips. Time to be angry because you see it's gone. He was hunting that. Well, one thing you should always remember about anger is just sadness displacing itself as a different emotion. So the more angry you are, the more sad you are really underneath it all. Just don't get as angry as Jeffrey Dahmer and it should be all right. You gotta channel the anger. Roddy with pocket sevens. Mark getting it all in with the 10-5 of clubs. Trying to take down the blinds and antes for 6 bigs. Unsuccessful so far, but it ain't over yet. 38% equity all the same. 9-6 deuce. Turn is the 8. Never easy. Although Roddy does heavily block it. River is the jack. Mark has been eliminated. Roddy gets some redemption and justice. He's back now at 2 mil and change, I'd say, in or around. After a few bad beats earlier on. $28 players remaining now. Means we are 4 eliminations away from bagging and tagging. Cyprian going for it again. See, this is the difference. He's going for it with King 8 of spades here. And Jeffrey Dahmer is going to shove Raymondo for 1.6 million. Stiggy thinks it was a mega punt with 10-5 suited. Do you know what? For 6 bigs on the button, it's not too far off, believe it or not. And Jeffrey going to take that one down. It is 10-6 suited plus for the shoving range of 6 bigs on the button. The 10-5 isn't going to cut the mustard. It's pretty much just not a shove, Stiggy. You're pretty right there, buddy. You can shove up to 4 bigs, pretty much. With 3 bigs on the button, we go with 10-3 suited and 10-6 offsuit. So I think once the blinds and antes have gone through us, we no need to shove there. And we are going to go on a 12-minute break, give or take. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing and let the players bagga and tagga. Hope you're enjoying the show. See you all in just a few moments, about 15 minutes total. We'll be right back.
3 of clubs on the river. Espen having a tough old night so far. It's about to get a little worse for him. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Action has been wild so far tonight. John with the pocket queens, going to 3-bet to 5,000 euros, and Lupu with a basically like his own pocket queens. Reaches for chips, makes the call. John is not from Czech Republic. Yes, we know that. The players are effing about with their flags, I think. They are allowed to say what they want. And oh, Lupu. Oh, Lupu. Top pair, top kicker. Versus the over pair of Johns. John with queens. 5,000 euros is the wager.
Thank you.
Somebody's screaming in the background. I think someone's just pinged a 32 on roulette.
One of them.
Call from Lupu.
Is it possible to make it where?
10 of clubs on the turn. Might slow down John ever so slightly. Hands like Jack 10. 9-7 suited. 10-8 suited have just improved. Turn goes check, check. And I wonder, does Lupu fire himself here? Or does he check it on over to John? I would imagine Lupu is going to bet this hand very, very often. To the tune of about 15,000 euros. Turn card has saved him. If it runs out deuce-deuce, he might well get stacked here. John is going to absolutely snap this. $8.9. I don't think John will raise for the same reasons that he's checked back the turn. Or maybe he will. Really surprised that he's thinking of raising here. I thought he was going to just call. Reno, I will explain the blue chip to you in just one moment. Love this from John. Says 30,000 euros, puts in the raise. And Lupu has gone from loving his hand to wondering what is happening right now.
Cool. Et done. Wow. Quelle value à Allez, papa. Quelle value à
81,000 euros going the way of John. Bets the flop, checks back the turn, finds the raise on the river. Very, very nicely done by John. He knows exactly where he's at on the river there and is able to squeeze out that extra value. Up 67,000 euros according to our graphic there. We know he's not from the Czech Republic, guys and girls. I believe he is from France. Okay, couple of questions in the chat. What is that blue chip that LK has got? So, the players are playing what's called the hat-trick game. If you win 3 pots in a row, everyone at the table owes you 600 euros. The blue chip that you see at the table sort of just helps the dealer keep track.
I can see 2, I think.
Lol, the call so fast, no thought. Guys, stop critiquing the players. Come on, just enjoy the show. How can I win the stay at the hotel? exclamation mark giveaway. All the information is in there. You need to go onto Poker Room Kings on Instagram, find the post in question, tag to your friends, all that great stuff. Yeah, France. Okay, but this is John from Respect Czech. I think he liked Czech. You're welcome, Aaron O. One to Dill, you've misspelt giveaway. You've written giveaway with a W instead of a V. Players are going on a break relatively soon, guys.
Impressionnant.
Leon is a big guy. Leon's a good dude. Ace King V10s V Ace 3 to this flop. 10.6k in there.
Ouais.
3,000 is the bet from Classy Beef. He's got John in a bit of trouble here. He's also got Ivan in a bit of trouble as well. Ivan makes a call. John with a backdoor flush draw to go with his top pair. 5 of hearts on the turn. No help to Ivan or John. Action checks on over to John, and he's going to take a stab here for 7,000 euros. Three of clubs on the river. Espen having a tough old night so far. It's about to get a little worse for him.
Hey. Service? Can I have one espresso with brown sugar? And please. One cappuccino, please.
Really nasty river here for Espen. 33k in there. I'd like to see a bet of around about 18k from John.
20.
That's 20,000 euros.
You're so lucky, Murray.
You have kings? I think you have kings. If you have kings, you win.
If you have kings, you win. Just stop talking, John. I love you, mate, but you're just telling your opponent that you're strong.
I have a really good hand.
You have kings. I know you have kings.
No, no, much better than kings. A lot better than kings.
You have aces.
I have a really good hand.
I don't know what to tell you.
Gonna sell a card?
Exactly.
Time to sell cards, guys!
Time to sell cards, guys!
So the raise is 20, Chris. I decided on a rule, I will make the sum of the two amounts equal to my bet. So there is 20, so these two cards will be 20. There will be one, I don't want to see. No, I want to see. Okay. So this one is...
Listen in, guys.
This one is 12, this one is 8.
12,000 for this one to see this card, 8,000 to see this card.
Thanks for clarifying that, Yovar. We weren't sure what he meant by 12 and 8 there.
8 000 € pour voir cette carte. Sur la Yoviras Game, on vend des cartes, c'est nouveau.
If Espen buys a card, I'll eat my shoe.
I might just be good and I'm too bad, you know, that might be the case. I have a really good hand.
I told you, if you have king, it's good.
No, I have a lot better than kings.
If you have a top set, it's good as well. Espen. Do it. Do the good thing. I don't know if it's a color or fault, but do the good thing. I honestly don't know what is the good thing to do for you. I know that the good thing to do for me is that you call and I win. That is the best.
Tough spot here for Classic Beef. Deep in the tank here.
Electronic cigarette or no? Electronic shisha, the shisha. Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted it.
John quieting down. This is really tense, guys. €20,000 bet on the river. 53k in the middle. Espen, if he calls, it'll be a 73.6k pot going the way of John. I just don't know.
Thank you.
It's been a tough old night for Espen so far.
And a fork, please.
Yes, I got my line.
Thank you.
Espen makes the call. John's going to turn over the two pair.
I know I'm lucky.
You're so fucking lucky.
I know I'm lucky. Thank you for the t-shirt again.
Love these guys. Game played in good spirits and all sorts.
Why am I so unlucky is the question.
Beautiful river.
I'm so
The sexiest, la más hermosa. La más hermosa.
One dinner in Dubai for the t-shirt. It's amazing.
Yeah, yes, everybody was.
Big pot coming the way of John, catapulting him into a 6-figure lead. Ay.
Why do I know I'm too bad to fold. The problem. It's so lucky. Only card in the whole deck that you win.
12.
C'est quoi préfère l'action? Préfère, je sais pas ce que c'est l'action.
John's night might be about to get a little better here. He's picked up pocket rockets. And Lupu with ace deuce of hearts is going to 3-bet. He's in a world of trouble right here.
4,000.
Viral gets out the way. Lupu sitting with about 50k to start the hand.
J'ai mis 50 aujourd'hui, je suis à 50. J'ai des grosses variations, mais...
John boy, gonna be popping this one on up.
You say Oli in French. Tapis. Guys at home now, you know, tapis is all in French.
John's just ripped it. I don't know why he's done this.
It literally means also carpet.
Seems a little unnecessary.
Carpet.
Lupu's thinking about it, but I don't think we'll see him make this call for 50k.
C'est déjà all in. Et il doit te...
3 boutons.
Waouh.
J'ai pas volé.
Et tu dois montrer pour le troisième mouton. C'est ça la règle?
Quoi déjà?
Tu vas un roi.
Okay, bit of a meta game going on there. So he shoved because it's his third hand in a row, and he's pretending like he wants to win the hat-trick game. Guys and girls.
All right, folks, we are back. We're live. It's the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 28 players remaining. Only 24 will go through to the final day of the Dutch Classics main event. Hand 100 of day 2. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 50k. Big blind 100k with 100k running. Big blind ante, that's 50, 100, 100. Yana taking that one down with the ace king suited. Del is going to go for another unconventional limp. I'm all for limping, but I don't really get it here. I just want to let my hand go. We've only got 8 high and we're suited. We're 4 eliminations away from bagging and tagging. But he is going to limp off 15 bigs. UTG plus 1. Well, we can see here from what I said earlier, limping is contagious. Outrageous and contagious. 4-way action to the flop. King 6-6. Paired board. Everyone checking to see the deuce of hearts on the turn. And that's giving Laurent a full house. And Cyprian might want to try take this down with a bet, considering it went check, check, check into him on the flop. I actually expected to see him take a tiny stab of it there on the flop, considering he's so many backdoors working in his favor, but this is the issue. with limp pots. Never go broke in a limp pot, isn't that what they say, folks? We're about to find out. Raimondo gets out of the way. And now Moran just flicking it in. Ace of spades hits the river, and now Loran probably doesn't want to risk the river going check. He thinks that ace might have hit Cyprian. The problem is, it's a limp pot. Like, Cyprian is not going to be limping behind on the button with ace X too often in this spot. But I just don't think there's anything he can do. He's just got jack high. Unless he wanted to try turn his hand into a bluff to get his opponent to fold a king. But you see, Loran has some 6x in his hand occasionally. So therefore, he's just going to have to let this go. He's just having a very tough day at this feature table. Just put it in the muck. Hey, Lesmo, I think you're looking at that on the actual website, so that's a spoiler alert, buddy, because we are on a 30-minute delay. Just so you know, for the future. Don't worry about it, Lesmo. Just sometimes people spoil like tomorrow, for example, who got knocked out and what happened, and it's just we're as live can be, but we're still a 30-minute delay. No, you don't need to apologise. Apologise to absolutely nobody. Just remember for the future. Hopefully the players will bag and tag and get a good rest for what's set to be an action-packed, entertaining day tomorrow, where we will crown a champion to the tune of €46,200. Nice to see the likes of Lesmo and a few other new followers in the chat. Had a lot of new faces and names this year already, and it's not even the end of January. Well, just about. Not to mention heaps and heaps of viewers piling in on YouTube. Any questions or comments or want to come over? We're on Twitch. Poker Room Kings. Bear that in mind for tomorrow. Write it down, staple it to the fridge. Whatever clever. Ray on the button. Lesmo says it looks like a very nice casino. I would call it more than just a casino. It's very much focused on the poker. It's basic. That's why it's called a poker room. the casino is there, of course, but it is just, I definitely wouldn't say it's an afterthought in any stretch of the imagination, but the main focus is for the players and the poker. There's something for everyone in the audience. Of course, you've got the slot machines, you've got the roulette, you've got the craps table, you've got the blackjack, you've got the bars, the restaurants, the 24-hour buffet. There's a wellness center upstairs, which I loved when I was over there. There's accommodation to fit any man, woman, or child's budget. I highly recommend going there. We got a shisha lounge out the back as well, with some cool lights and art. The place is just huge and it's always buzzing. Can't recommend it enough. All the time 100 says TY for the commentary. Looking forward to tomorrow. Love hearing them things, especially towards the end of the night. Means the world to me. Thanks a million. Action Man Dan will be back as your host tomorrow. Gonna get a good sleep tonight. Hopefully get a bit of boxing in and a bit of steak and eggs and be fighting fit for you fans out there tomorrow all day. It's Lesmo asked, is Kings in Prague more casino focused or also poker focused? I think it's a bit of both. Something similar. I would say I don't know much about Kings in Prague, to be honest, because my main focus is always Poker Room Kings Resort, live from Rozvadov. So that would be my main focus, and I've been there. I actually haven't been to the Kings in Prague, so I can't comment on it, but I would say it's a similar enough setup. I think the main thing you want to remember is there's lots and lots of poker being played, and then there's the casino option, of course, is everywhere. But you will find casinos all over the world, but you won't just stumble into a poker room like the one at Kings in Rozvadov anytime soon. That is what makes it superior to other places. Biggest poker room in Europe. $26 players remaining now. That means they're all guaranteed a minimum of €1,275. And the ticker has ticked down. 25 players remaining now, which means we are one elimination away from saying good night to the bad guy. As Mo says, is it accessible for everyone? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that question, but I would assume so. Yes, they cater for everyone. All people of all sizes, all shapes. I always think it's a great thing how many nationalities play under one roof. Always a very friendly, jovial atmosphere. There's always a bit of music playing in the background at Kings as well, which I like. Sometimes it helps to get through the day. So thank you for all your questions. Cyprian now, 11 bigs under the gun. I would just be letting deuces go here. Yes, we've got a pair, but we're into nearly a full table. Let's it go. Yeah, so overall, a great ambience around the environment itself. Oh, you can have a look all you want, yeah, Lesmo. You can play a bit. There's cash games as well. That's very important, not just tournaments. And cash games range from 1-2 or 1-3, I think it might be, all the way up to the highest stakes that you can imagine. And And Laurent raising to 220 from the hijack. Martins is going to defend with the 7-4 of hearts and the big. He just has 10 bigs behind, so doesn't want to get too carried away. And Laurent is going to bet 250. Takes that one down. Cyprian wants to shove this one all day. Sub 10 bigs. Ace-8 offsuit in the small blind. And if we weren't at the last 3 tables of this tournament and Ray had more chips, this would be an ideal situation to eliminate such a great player from this tournament. If I had about 50 bigs here, maybe even 40, not when we're 1 player away from, I don't know, we already have 200k invested. It's just Queen 9 is just a great hand to bust a lot of the small blind shoving range, and we dominate sometimes also. It's just when we have 20 bigs and it's basically half our stack, I don't think we can risk it in this exact spot. And that's a nice pickup for Cyprian. Sipi. All the way around to the small blind, and for Ray, he is going to complete his option with the Jack 10 offsuit, and Laurent is just going to check his option with 10-4 on the 10-4. King 5 deuce, and I would like to see Ray go for small bet here. And Laurent is going to check behind. Turn is the 4 of hearts. And this one's just going to go to showdown, and Laurent will win a small pot. Just the blinds and antes. I say just the blinds and antes. They're all so crucial. Every chip, every decision, every pot at this late stage in the day / night. It's 2 a.m. at the King's Resort now. Just one elimination to go. Look at those graphics in the background. Beautiful, so vibrant, all those colors. Great to see it. Top 3, all Dutchies at this table. Laurent, Ray and Roddy. Then Martins, then Dell, Sippy. And Iana, shortest stack at the table with 10 big blinds. Cyprian shoving the ace-9 off suit from the cutoff. Cyprian takes down the blinds and antes. Jana in the small blind with Jack-7 of diamonds. Now, I'm not a fan of that. Jana with a golden opportunity to steal the blinds. I mean, he would have got called, but that's not the point. Unless he's seen his opponent look at the cards and knew they were strong. If says, I totally agree with you. There's enough people that disagree with me. It's far too strong to fold because you can't just keep posting your big blind and the big blind ante and then your small blind. You have to rob it back, steal it back, whatever you want to call it. You can't just keep folding. You won't get to the final table that way. Plus we're suited. We've only one player to get through, and we're sub 10 bigs. Ray gets it through, scoops the blinds and antes, adds 250 to his stack. Easy peasy, Japanese. Dell on the button, 11 bigs, ace-6 off suit. I'll be jamming this one also. Just two players to get through. Wants to scoop that 250 into his stack here, uncontested. And that's interesting, going for a min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. This will look very strong though, because the small and the big would expect the button to just jam off this stack depth. Martin's in the big blind here with king 5 off suit. Jack 8-7 is the flop. I'm not the biggest fan of Martin's defend here, but having said that, it was just another 125 from the call. I think it just looks so strong from Dell. I'd probably just let it go pre. If it was suited, I'd way prefer it. If Dell gets that one through. He's got a lot of support on the rail. Now playing 15 bigs. Del Boy out the way and Roddy on the button. 14 bigs, basically, pocket eights. Sometimes I would recommend raise calling with this hand on the button, but perhaps it's just a spot where we want to take it down, one player away from the end of the night. It's definitely the lower variance route. He's into Cyprian as well. I think I just ram a jam this one. Good man, Roddy. Just Sippy to get through. He does do just that. By the way, folks, want to say a massive thanks to everyone tuning in, chiming in. It's great getting the talk going back and forward. Seen some questions earlier on YouTube. Where is this tomorrow? What's going on? Focus is on the Action Army on Twitch here. Poker Room Kings. We are going live tomorrow. 2:30 Central European time. It's going to be a hell of a day. You won't want to miss it, especially if you tuned in all evening. I want to say a big thanks to the moderators, of course. And if you're looking for additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We're on all the usual social media platforms. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube, Twitch. Kings production team go above and beyond 24/7 until you see it in the flesh. I couldn't believe it myself. Really have such a strong team working around the clock for the players and the viewers and whoever else. So hit that subscribe button. You could think of far worse things you can do with €5 in 2024. Support would mean the world to me also. Yana going for it from under the gun +1. See, this is what I don't understand. I've seen Yana make extremely tight folds earlier on, and now just going for it before the blinds and antes hit them. Arquiza, this asks, is it 2:30 p.m. or a.m.? So 2:30 Central European time tomorrow afternoon. 2:30 Central European time tomorrow afternoon. Usually takes around 8 hours or so. We will have crowned a champion before midnight. That's usually the way it goes. Sometimes it's been later, sometimes a hell of a lot earlier. That's what you can expect tomorrow. The guts of a 10-hour stream is the norm. Yes, like in 12 hours basically, precisely. And Ray shouldn't be calling this one. That jam coming from early position. And looks like that's all she wrote. Someone has been eliminated on an outer table. That's going to do it, folks. All players can breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, put those chips in the bag. Go get a nice sleep for yourself. Try to avoid the bar at all costs. Plenty of time. Go partying once the job is said and done. All right, folks. I'm going to get out of here. Thank you once again for tuning in. Said it enough times. See y'all tomorrow afternoon. Ask me if you can. I'll be an action man.